साइड वाले ब्रेड क्रम्ब से चॉकलेट बचा है मेरा।
वेलकम बैक गाइस। तो आज फिर से रिएक्ट करेंगे हम थोड़ा WEF की वीडियोस पे, और आज हमारे साथ हमारे प्यारे दोस्त है आकाश भाई, जो कि आ रहे हैं कुछ देर में। तब तक हम वीडियोस देख लेते हैं, कौन सी हम कर सकते हैं। सर्च फॉर इट।
Access to funding right now. He needs no introduction, co-founder of Microsoft, chair of the Gates Foundation.
WEF की वीडियोस है गाइस, तो आज भी देख लेते हैं कौन सी नई वीडियोस आई है। आज तो हम ट्रम्प साहब की वीडियोस पे भी कर सकते हैं, बाद में BGMI सेशन तो आकाश OPOG के साथ आएगी। मी क्रशर, आप उनको भी फॉलो कर सकते हो। यूट्यूब चैनल आप वो उनको बता देंगे। एक्टिव है आपका यूट्यूब चैनल? बेस्ट। अच्छा, आज भी WEF की वीडियोस आई है, मतलब अच्छी बात है। चलो, क्लोजिंग रिमार्क दे दिया है। किसको बुलाया होगा उन लोगों ने? इलॉन मस्क पे आज रिएक्ट करना है गाइस। वो एक ही हमारा इंजीनियर पॉलिटिक्स में है, उसके व्यूज़ क्या है वो हम हमारे दूसरे कॉमर्स वाले या फिर जैन जीज को हम समझा सकते हैं। अच्छा, और हमारे ऑनरेबल एनर्जी मिनिस्टर भी गए हुए हैं, उनका तो पहले करना चाहिए। और पानी भी लेके आता हूँ, लेकिन एक जॉइंट के बाद, एक वीडियो के बाद। वीडियो भी दिख नहीं रहा।
ओके, वॉइस जा रहा है, वॉइस म्यूट था,
मतलब
लाइव चल रहा है ना?
हाँ, लाइव चल रहा है, लेकिन वॉइस म्यूट है अभी।
म्यूट है ना?
But despite this momentum, the problem is we're still not investing enough. I think that we could renewable electricity, a remarkable achievement, primarily through hydropower. So, and you're now looking to leverage that advantage to attract industry and digital infrastructure and foreign investment. So beyond natural endowments, what policy and institutional choices have enabled you to convert your renewable energy power into your competitive advantage?
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. It's such a privilege to share this panel with us, distinguished panelists. Paraguay is leading the way in Latin America on energy transition. The number is 100%. We move 100% of our economy on clean, renewable energy, the most sustainable, which is hydro. And we export half of all the electricity that we produce and we don't consume. So this also makes Paraguay a leader in energy integration with the countries in Latin America, particularly with Argentina and Brazil, which are the two largest economies. This is fueling the development of new industries. Paraguay growth last year was above 6%, by far the fastest growing economy in Latin America. Energy consumption, of course, is growing. And we are now thinking what is going to happen in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years in developing a better mix of sustainable energy. Because as we saw in many of the countries in Latin America, when we talk about sustainable source of energy, not all sources of energy are sustainable or reliable. And we know that hydro is the most reliable. So we know that now the investment that we are planning, and we propose new legislation to promote and taking into account the experience in other countries on solar, this is going to be a great mix for the growth and all the demand that is going to happen. We are now on the supply side. We are attracting companies. We are partnering with countries and companies to make Paraguay a hub, a digital hub, and we will use our energy as the magnet to bring this energy, but we are not satisfied. We think that the technology that is being developed, it will require so much energy that is simply not available. Not available today, it's not going to be available in 5 years, in 10 years. So we are ticking all the boxes. Make use of our hydro, invest in solar, but also thinking about how to combine the abundance of gas in Argentina, particularly in Vaca Muerta, and how to put Paraguay in the middle to the largest market, which is Brazil. So we are working also partnering with Brazil and Argentina in building this massive gas pipe that will allow also to attract companies in Paraguay. And the last one, which is always the most controversial, is nuclear. Paraguay has vast amount of uranium reserve, high quality uranium, something that we have never explored and trying to understand how much wealth do we have. Now we are beginning to do that and understanding that in the future nuclear power is also going to be a reliable source for companies to attract investment. So we are very excited. We want to collaborate. We want to share. Paraguay, as we said in the past, was an island surrounded by land, a country that was not known, isolated. Now is at the frontier of integration. We just signed a free trade agreement in Asunción, our capital, with the European Union a week ago, creating the largest market in the world, 800 million people, $25 trillion economy. So we are very excited that the future will bring a lot of new opportunities.
Fantastic, thank you. Remarkable achievements, and thanks for sharing those important learnings. Let's turn to another example of real developmental dynamism, and that is India. India has, of course, demonstrated that the energy transition can have function as a really powerful engine of growth and of economic development, in particular through large-scale renewable auctions, clean tech manufacturing, farm energy schemes, and the National Hydrogen Mission. We're very honoured to have with us His Excellency Prahlad Joshi, Minister of New and Renewable Energy from the Government of India. Minister Joshi, from your perspective, how can the energy transition be deliberately designed to drive industrialization and job creation and competitiveness, especially in emerging markets?
ये स्टेज के ऊपर इनकी जो अभी जो मिनिस्टर साहब बैठे हैं जिस तान और तनाव है कि जो रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं 140 करोड़ के देश को, तो वो उनके लिए उनको भी गर्व आता है कि हाँ यार.
Thank you. There are distinguished panelists and His Excellency President is here. What he said about the hydro is equally correct, and at the same time, many countries cannot fully have the hydro. That is correct. What he said is wherever hydro is there, that should be the first priority as far as reliability is concerned. But at the same time, we also have around 80-90 gigawatt of the hydro. India is a very diverse country and having a terrain also all different. But this, we take it as a transition, as a tool for the development, as a tool for the industry to reduce the cost. In my next part, I will tell you how we have reduced the cost for the industry tariff. I mean, as far as the industry, whatever we provide the electricity for the industry, how we have reduced that, I will tell you. So, but overall, in the last 10-11 years...
The main part is how we have reduced the cost. Versus की NASA की वो सब ISRO versus NASA के कैसा बजट में डिफरेंस रहता है.
सिर्फ प्राइम मिनिस्टर
एक सैटेलाइट पैरागू या अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज को भेजना है तो बिलियंस में डॉलर लग जाएंगे, लेकिन वही काम ISRO मिलियंस में.
मोदी, what has been done, 267 gigawatt we have already reached as far as renewables are concerned. Means more than 52% of the energy mix is from the renewable now. That we have committed to the world. We will do it by 2030, but now we have done it. But in the same time, how we have made it a people's movement. See, for example, in distribution renewable energy, the rooftop solar, we call it as PM Surya Ghar program. In last 2 years, just last 2 years, we have installed 2.7 million households rooftop. So we are targeting 10 million. When 10 million is completed, it will be completed by maybe around 27, almost 27. That at that time we will generate 30 gigawatt of the electricity only by this scheme. Second, we have installed 2.1 million of the farmers in the farmland. We have solarized their pumps. There also it is 2.1. Some of the countries do not have population of this. I don't want to say about which countries, but we have done in such a large scale. So by that, lot of things are being, it is first of all for the farmers. It is at a very, very affordable cost. For the households, it is very, very affordable cost. And we are supporting also these socio-economic change it is bringing. Not only socio-economic change, they are also selling the power, excess whatever they need, excess power they generate, they are selling it. By that, they are making money out of that. Because of that, their socio-economy status is going up. And the clean energy manufacturing, this has turned the transition, as I said, into the people's movement. So because of that, overall, our in country today, what we have done in last 10 years, that is an example. At the same time, India is not growing. Our growth is highest in the world today. Nearly about 6 to 8% in last almost except 2 or 3 years of the COVID. The Prime Minister Modi's leadership has given us such a direction. We are the fastest growing economy. Today we are the 4th largest economy. Our manufacturing has considerably increased, electronic manufacturing and many other 6 I can.
We are going to take over Germany in just months.
Nice.
As a third.
But that is not the subject. But for that, what is all needed is power. Just 11 years back, India was there is an acute shortage of power. Today we are having the surplus power and we are managing the industry well. We are managing the domestic consumers well. And these consumers are becoming prosumers. They are supplying the electricity. So clean energy, even as far as supply chain is concerned, today we are having the manufacturing capacity of 144 gigawatt of module manufacturing, 27 gigawatt
solar energy which
extra
get generated. We will use it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
It's a
we
part of
will
the
minus that into the bill.
Yes.
If you generated 1500 of the electricity, then they will minus the 1500 amount of electricity bill. And if your bill is even 1200 rupees, 1200 rupees, so you'll be given 300 rupees of more electricity free next month.
Yes.
of cell manufacturing, which is going to shortly reach 50 gigawatt. Wafer and ingots, very shortly we will start manufacturing in India. Entire cycle we are completing at the same time, I will in half a second. And wind is also, we are doing it, it is now 55 gigawatt. And storage, battery storage, pump storage, all such things are there, which because of the paucity of the time I am not able to explain. But this has changed it is only not an energy transition, it has changed the outlook of the people, outlook of the industry by this renewable energy. And we are the highest, one of the highest providers of the job. We are the third highest provider of the job in the renewables.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Minister. And I think that this is such a crucial point about the jobs potential and also people having some ownership over the transition and being able to use that to change their everyday lives. Thank you. So let's shift focus to Africa. Already home, of course, to some of the fastest renewable energy markets in the world, the youngest population globally, and holding such a significant share of critical minerals as well, which has the potential to itself unleash transformative potential. Could I turn to you, Lerato Matabohe, Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy at the African Union Commission. Commissioner, what are Africa's top priorities for accelerating the energy transition at scale?
Oh, energy for us is a critical priority, not just for electrifying households, electrifying dreams, but also industrializing our continent. Just to give you context, current installed capacity on the continent is about 240 gigawatts for 1.4 billion people. I mean, that's equivalent to Germany alone with 84.5 million people. So within that big challenge is also a huge opportunity around generation, across the board, whether we're talking wind, solar. I think gas to power is another key area. We do have a lot of hydro opportunity, but with the climate change, we've seen that a number of our hydroelectric generation capacity is undermined by droughts. So the continent is now looking at other alternatives like nuclear, as Paraguay is doing, to say how do we begin to focus on nuclear, particularly those modular reactors that we can help generate electricity in rural areas, etc. So there's a big opportunity. Generation is certainly an area for growth, but even a greater area for growth for the continent is transmission.
Yes.
We're talking about 55 countries that need to be integrated. Transmission lines are a huge opportunity. I think the majority of investments over the last 15 years or so have been in the generation space, but there's a huge gap around transmission. So anybody who's looking to partner with the continent and invest has to look considerably at generation. And of course, the other growth area for us is the mini grids. As an opportunity. Decentralized provision of energy is going to be the future for the continent, based on the vast distances, based on the urgent need. So nuclear for us and looking into mini grids is one big new area for growth.
Excellent, thank you. And I think, yes, the mini grids and those decentralised energy systems have such enormous importance for energy security in particular, especially given the impacts of climate, which are only going to proceed apace. So let's shift gear to talk about a financier perspective, an investment perspective. We're so delighted to be joined by Hayashi Nobumitsu, Governor of the Japan Bank for International Cooperation. Governor Hayashi, public budgets are obviously tightening, and development finance institutions like yours are being asked to do a lot more with less and to play a really catalytic role in mobilising private capital for long-dated and quite high risk in many cases, clean energy projects. So where do you think that development finance institutions like yours can have the biggest impact today?
Well, it's an honor for me to be in this very important panel first. And as you said, it's a very difficult and challenging time for many developing institutions, bilateral or multilateral. But our mission has been to work with the host governments, host institutions, to bring in private investors and work with various financial institutions. That's how we have worked, and we continue to work that way. And I would dare say that energy is the least challenging of all the sectors. Well, when you want to have project in education or health, you need tax money or you need grant. And in transportation infrastructure, the basic roads and bridges you have to pay. But for toll road or high-speed railway, you can earn, but then there is a ridership risk in those projects. But for energy, people know that you have to pay for energy. It's not free. So it depends on how you pay. So our task is to talk with the host governments and find a good solution. As you said at the beginning, renewable energy is much cheaper. So, say 3 years ago, we thought that we can turn to renewable energy tomorrow. But the reality is very different, as you talked about economic security as well. Well, solar panels, wind turbines, they may be cheaper, but if you depend on the supply chain of one country on these devices or batteries, it's not a good problem. It's not a good way to react. It's a security issue or a trade deficit issue. So we have to have a pragmatic and holistic view how you mix the energy and how you address the issues. So that's what we do with regard to each country, especially with the Asian countries where we have most projects, and find out the best solution fitted for them. Well, when you have hydro or sun, that's fine. But you may have geothermal in some African countries, and I very much prefer waste to energy project because it has some social dimensions as well. And you will really have to invest in a power grid. And I feel that there are a lot of places where you can spend much more on energy saving as well. So that's our answer to these difficulties, to these challenges.
Excellent, thank you. And from the perspective of a global energy company, can I turn to you now, Mr. Yassim Tabet, CEO and Managing Director of TACA. As a global energy company, you operate obviously across a range of emerging markets, and you really sit very much at the interface of public ambition and private investment reality. So from an investor's perspective, what most effectively reduces perceived risk in emerging and developing market economies for clean energy projects?
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you for having me, and it's an honor to be with such a senior panel. I think just taking a step back from a utility or an energy company, the business case for us is very, very clear when it comes to clean energy. And it's even stronger when governments and sectors look at it at a holistic solution. It's not a one-stop solution that's going to fix all your problems. And also, I think we should be looking at it as a long-term investment. And we all know, I mean, and you mentioned it earlier in your opening remarks, a well-designed clean energy program has lots of benefits, from improvements in energy security, but also it has to stand alone, and it has to be financially viable. It has to be cost efficient. It has to be reliable. It has to generate, if not 24-hour, it has to contribute in the energy mix, not with hydro, with efficient gas-fired. So it needs to fit in the bigger picture. And when it comes to investing in development and developing markets, in my opinion, there is no lack of capital. I think the question is more about the perceived risk and what governments and regulators can do to support reducing that perception. I mean, we have from having long-term offtake agreements to having some support from international banks. All these can support these projects. And also, I mean, one of the challenges and I think that is not really emphasized enough when it comes to renewables, when it comes to the private sector, is the lack of investments in grids and networks.
Yes.
I mean, in COP28, there was commitments made to triple renewable generation by 2030, to improve efficiencies, and then after that, there were commitments made that there's a significant amount of investments in grids and networks. I mean, from now until 2040, I mean, we need to be refurbishing or rebuilding 80 million kilometers of networks, 80 million kilometers of networks by 2040. It's a huge task. So I think there needs to be much more focus for creating that environment to bring in the private sector to partner when it comes to governments. And I think another thing, I don't want to dwell on it too much, is having the private sector, utility companies, changing their mindset. I mean, utilities is not like how it used to be 10 or maybe 15 years ago. They need to be an enabler to the economies. They need to be working hand in hand with the governments, with industry players, helping industries reduce their decarbonization and making them not only reducing their carbon footprint, but making them more efficient, making them make that extra dollar on investment. So that's a bit.
That's such a vital point, I think, about the mindset. Thank you so much, and also about the issue of risk mitigation when it comes to attracting investment. And I think that also speaks to the role of political will and political ambition. And so that's really, I think, a very important time to come back to you, Mr. President, because Paraguay is often described as having the potential to become a Silicon Valley of South America, which is an incredible vision. So how decisive do you think is a country's power mix and also that kind of political signalling in attracting global capital and industry and digital investment?
I think, Lisa, it's a combination. And more, of course, it's important for countries that already have available energy and reliable sources and high quality and competitive prices. But on top of that, and more, geopolitics is playing a greater role. And we're seeing that agreements are made government to government, even to get access to semiconductors, to microchips. So I think that how a political alliance will be made in the coming years will be critical in how to develop big projects. It's not only if you can have abundance of natural resources, but that's not enough. You don't have the capital and the technology to develop. In our case, Paraguay has partnered with multiple countries, and we are building good relations. One of them, which is very sensible, is Taiwan. Paraguay is one of the 12 countries in the world that recognize Taiwan, and this is a very strong alliance that we have with the Republic of China. Taiwan is very controversial, we know, but we think it's very similar to the path that Paraguay is going through, from being a producer of commodity to a manufacturer. And we want to lead on this technology transition. I want to attract companies and think of Paraguay as a reliable country to do multi-billion investment, that you need to have that reliability and that trust on the policies that the country is implementing. I think the other factor that will also affect a lot is the domestic politics, because whether we like it or not, this will put a lot of pressure on the social sectors, because the price of energy will go up. It's not going to be based on how much you produce. It's a matter of the demand that is coming. And we know that there is no enough supply of energy of any source for the type of demand that is coming in. And we're not talking in the next generation, we're talking in the next 2 or 3 years. So this is going to put domestic pressure, because you're going to have some sectors that will be able to adapt and incorporate to this new technology, and you're going to have other sectors that are going to left behind. And this is going to bring a lot of political unrest in domestic policy. So I believe that this is an issue that needs to raise to the front of the discussion. How we're going to finance, how we're going to build alliance, and how we're going to deal with domestic policies with the price of energy that's going to be par with the price of the technology, and how much it costs to compute something. It's not going to be just the price of the megawatt, it's going to be the price of computing.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And this question of having to meet this rapidly increasing energy demand in real time while also addressing a whole other range of development challenges is really crucial. And a lot of emerging economies are really at the forefront of that experimentation in how do we address these challenges in real time. And I think the opportunity for learning between emerging economies is huge. On that note, Minister Joshi, could I come to you? And obviously there are so many impressive achievements of India in the scaling up of renewables. What particular lessons do you think that the Indian experience holds for other countries? What has worked particularly well that you think are transferable lessons?
First of all, I would like to tell that as far as the depending on single source, that is really appreciable. But what India is doing on that is, we are already into the manufacturing of modules, we are into the manufacturing of cells, and also ingot manufacturing has started, wafer manufacturing will start very shortly, and whatever needed for that, including battery storage and whatever the critical minerals needed for all these things, India has started working very, very seriously, and investment has also begun in that. We have brought in a very, very investment friendly policies that I would like to make this thing very, very clear to the world, that I fully endorsing the views expressed here, but the thing is we are acting on that also. Second point, what I would like to tell, with these renewables, question is whether it is affordable. According to me, it has in India, experiment is very, very successful. So I can say, as our country takes the rapid strides on scaling up the renewables, we don't see energy security, affordability, sustainability as competing priorities, but a part of integrated strategy. How? I will tell you, I will take 1 minute more, I think, what you have allotted me time. In our one of the state in Maharashtra, the huge loss was for the distribution companies. We call it as DISCOMs. Why? The reason was that what we supply the power to the, means electricity to the farmers, they're at the, at 1 rupee because of subsidy, as Excellency mentioned. And that 7 rupees, whatever we used to give them, because cost of the energy is 8 rupees and supplying energy at 1 rupee, that 7 rupees difference, what we used to do, we used to put on households, we used to put on industry. What is being done now? Under Pradhan Mantri Kusum Yojana, that is for the solarizing the farmer pumps, more than, as I said, 2.1 million in that state, in the entire country, and in that particular more than 1 million, we did that. So result is, the total what we are only supplying in the daytime, because farmers for the irrigation purpose, they need power in the daytime. So what we did under the leadership of their Chief Minister, with the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, what important thing was done was that we said we will supply you the power by solarizing your pumps. So we are supplying in the daytime. The cost of the production of that solar electricity is 3 rupees in the Indian currency. I think it is some 2 point some cents. I don't able to immediately convert it into dollars, but it is very, very economical. I can say cheap. So that 5 rupees what we are saving, 7 rupees used, 8 rupees is the cost. 1 rupees the farmers used to pay. The 7 rupees out of that, what we are saving 5 to 6 rupees. That what burden the industry and households used to bear, that has been reduced. So industry supply of the power to the industry has become now, it is the first time in India, I am telling you, in the 75 years of Indian independence, the tariffs are coming down because of this renewable revolution of the Prime Minister Modi. So this is the change what we have brought, and solarization and also wind. And one more thing is about the reliability. Reliability, along with battery storage, we are doing the pump storage, and nuclear. We have recently brought in a very, very good law replacing all old laws, and our target is to complete 100 gigawatt by 2047 and 15 gigawatt by 2030. That will also add to the base load. This is all we are very, very seriously we are planning. It is a well thought plan for the entirely change of the transition.
Perfect. Thank you, Minister. Many lessons to be learned there. Commissioner Matagovic, could I come back to you, please? How can governments ensure that this transition delivers development and jobs and economic sovereignty and not just installed capacity? And are there any particular experiences that you'd like to share from across the continent?
Absolutely. No, there are a few experiences. I think we've got leading countries that have really advanced and broken the mold on the continent, South Africa, Egypt, etc. But for us, what is important is that the energy revolution and the inculcation and strengthening of renewables on the continent has to be driven by African capital and has to be driven by African agency. I think one thing that we have noted, and you made the point, and I appreciate that it's not for lack of capital. I think for us, it's really where African resources and capital are being deployed in lower risk instruments instead of the real economy and funding real infrastructure needs of the continent. So our critical agenda now is African domestic resource mobilization to fund our energy requirements because, like everybody else, they're increasing.
Yes.
I mean, when we talk about the digital revolution, the need for data centers, etc., there's a huge need for energy. So we need to make sure that we play a strategic role in funding our own as far as possible, funding our own energy revolution. And two, when we actually have partnerships external to the continent, let those partnerships be partnerships that contribute to industrializing the continent. So we're not just perpetual consumers of technology, etc., and exporting our minerals, but to say how do we work together to beneficiate, to manufacture on the continent for purposes of the renewable energy revolution.
Absolutely, thank you. And this would be a good opportunity then for Governor Hayashi. How is JBIC thinking about these particular issues of crowding in private investment in ways that are actually transformative in terms of industrial development?
Well, as I said, energy is an area, I feel it's less difficult because you get paid as you go along. So there are more and more investors. So what I do is talk with the host governments in order to make project bankable and as inclusive as possible. Each country has its own priorities, and it's also what is given in those countries, like water or sun, are very different. So what I do is try to understand what those countries do and bring in sponsors and utility players or financial institutions that are interested in those projects. Well, our mission as JBIC is to support Japanese companies' project overseas. But as we do, my job is to talk with those leaders, heads of states and ministers, in order to find out those projects that we do are really important for those host countries. That is the best way, important, in order to find out those leaders, heads of states and ministers, in order to find out those projects that we do are really important for those host countries. That is the best way to avoid risks as we go on, because energy is always a very long-term project that we do. But another thing I would like to say at this time is about nuclear energy, because there was some discussion about it, because I come from a country which had a little bit of very unfortunate experiences, and also our institution does invest in a U.S. company who has a very advanced SMR technology. Well, nuclear energy has to be an integral part if we are to decarbonize and continue to make economic development. But you need to spend a lot. You need huge investment up front. It's very different from other sources of energy. And you have to establish solid regulatory framework. But more than that, you have to have good human resources specializing in this technology. So I very much agree with the interest in nuclear power, but you have a lot of homework to do before you introduce nuclear power. Honestly, I feel so.
Yes, and this is not just a challenge for countries, for emerging market economies. In Australia, my own country, we're having the nuclear debate, and we have very little domestic capability when it comes to scaling up renewable for nuclear. So these are really important issues to discuss. Mrs. David, can I come back to you? Because we've heard a lot about the importance of offtake when it comes to making projects bankable, but are there any other particular policies and approaches to addressing this issue of bankability from your perspective?
I think when it comes to bankability, we mentioned offtake, we mentioned de-risking, some guarantees. I think what utility companies look at beyond the sovereign guarantee of a nation And I think goes back to some of the comments made by the panel, is not only the bankability of the project, but also the fundamentals of the project and how is the government recouping and how much is the subsidy, how much is the tariff, how many, so the fundamentals of this project on the economy. So
आकाश भाई, आकाश भाई, आकाश ब्रो, आकाश भाई, आकाश भाई। आकाश भाई, आकाश भाई, उड़ जाइए आकाश भाई। 6:30 हो गए, घर वाले जग जाएंगे। जॉइंट भी पी लीजिए। वीडियो भी खत्म हो गया। कैसा लग रहा है? स्टॉप वाज ऑसम। और भी है ये। पूरा वीडियो मेरा कैसा गया पता नहीं।
क्या बात है, ये इंडिया अपना यहाँ तक पहुँच चुका है।
हाँ, WEF में सब इंडियन पैनलिस्ट को बुलाते हैं यार। आज BGMI का तो नहीं हो पाया, लेकिन कल देख लो। आज मतलब रात को
स्ट्रीम तो नहीं करते, गेम खेलते रहेंगे।
अभी तो नहीं, अभी आप निकलो 6:30 तक तो
निकलते हैं।
ठीक है। अभी आज रात को 12 बजे के बाद आ जाओ फटाफट, तो 4-5 बजे तक खेलेंगे तो मज़ा भी आएगा। सौरभ भाई को भी बुला लेता हूँ। क्या बिना फोकट का आज पकड़े जाए अपने, तो आप कल आज रात का भी ना हुए, उससे अच्छा।
गेट खुला है।
बाजू 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 6:23।
कितने भी होते हैं
अभी 6:30-7 तक
मैं निकलता हूँ।
रैपिडो वाला कहाँ का करो, PG का या पार्टी का?
पीछे ना सही है ना।
हर्षवीर को पूछ के देखो।
मशरूम सो गया क्या? हेलो हाँ हेलो यार अभी आधे घंटे हाँ आधे घंटे अभी से करते हूँ हाँ हाँ नहीं अभी तो नहीं है अभी से बैठे थे हम चलो मैं आता हूँ ठीक है हाँ बस मैं यहाँ से निकल रहा हूँ दोस्त ओके मैं उसको बोल रहा हूँ अजीत भाई पर कुछ था नहीं ठीक है
हाँ वही अपने अभी एक
अभी बंद किया है तुमने जाना उधर नहीं जाते ना अभी
नहीं।
हाँ तो बेटर है थोड़ा कट ऑफ ही सही है
और ये वैसे भी 1 ग्राम होता है, उसमें कितने लोग ही फूक के ले यार। वो तो ठीक है, कल देखेंगे, हर्षवीर को बुलाएंगे, वो साथ में आएगा तो वो अलग बात है ना, तो करेंगे उसको। आज मिल लो उससे।
रैपिडो कर दिया क्या तुमने?
कर तू।
हाँ हाँ चार्जर निकाल दो लेके
That was not a large applause. Start again. That's better. Thank you.
Okay, guys, we are back
We're going
now.
to make this interesting.
How many quotes are you going to want that are going to be after this session?
I don't know. I mean, 5.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see everybody here. It's been an amazing week here in Davos. Hopefully, everybody saw that we are having conversations here. Hopefully, everybody agrees. There are some conversations that we may have disagreed. There's many conversations that we may have agreed. But through those conversations, and I think today's result with a peace agreement earlier today, the World Economic Forum is here to have those conversations, to have understandings, and also resolution. So it's an important component of who we and what we are, and I'm thrilled to have Elon Musk here. He came all the way from California to be here to see all of you, so thank you, Elon.
You're most welcome.
Guys, don't forget to share and sub.
I mean, I heard about the formation of the Peace Summit, and I was like, is that PIEC? You know, a little piece of Greenland, a little piece of Venezuela.
So guys, board of
All we want is peace.
Okay, I'm gonna, as I said, I'm a pretty.
तो गाइस बोर्ड ऑफ पीस क्या है मैं बता देता हूँ. बोर्ड ऑफ पीस एक्चुअली ट्रम्प ने बनाया हुआ एक नया यूएन है, नया बोर्ड है पीस का, जिसमें अलग अलग कंट्रीज़ को इनवाइट है. हाँ, इंडिया को भी इनवाइट है. तो मिस्टर ट्रम्प ने क्या सोचा है पता नहीं, मिस्टर मोदी ने भी क्या सोचा है कि उसमें ज्वाइन करना है. तो वो आई गेस एक्सपर्ट्स की राय लेंगे, बाद में ही बताएंगे. तब तक लेट्स कंटिन्यू.
As CEO of BlackRock since we went public. The compounding return of BlackRock to our shareholders was 21%. Since Elon took Tesla public, his compounded return is 43%. This is just another advertisement for everybody, especially for Europeans. This is why more citizens should be investing with growth, investing with their countries. Imagine if a lot of pension funds invested with Elon when Tesla went public, and how much return would be all the pension funds that invested side by side with Elon and the growth. So a spectacular return. There's very few companies. Well, I don't think there's any other company as large as Tesla today that has that compounded return. So congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a good measurement.
Well, we have an incredible team at Tesla. That's the reason.
So I want to get into the dirt, the meaningful component about technology, the possibilities. I want to talk about AI and robotics, energy, space, and the progress ultimately coming down to engineering discipline, scale, execution. And few people, if not anyone, has the experience and the fortitude to confront these issues head on. Not just the ideas, but the
Okay, let's get going, guys.
Execution across so many different technologies, Elon, and that's why I thought it was important for us to have this dialogue here in Davos. So you're presently building on AI, on robotics, on space, on energy, all at the same time, AI in Davos. So you're presently building on AI, on robotics, on space, on energy, all at the same time. When you look across those efforts, what do they have in common from an engineering standpoint?
Well, they're all very difficult technology challenges, but the overall goal of my companies is to maximize the future of civilization, like basically maximize the probability that civilization has a great future, and to expand consciousness beyond Earth. So, take SpaceX, for example, SpaceX is about advancing rocket technology to the point where we can extend life and consciousness beyond Earth to the moon, to Mars, eventually to other star systems. And I think we should always view consciousness, life as we know it, as precarious and delicate, because to the best of our knowledge, we don't know of life anywhere else. You know, I'm often asked, are there aliens among us? And I'll say that I am one, but...
Or you're from the future.
They don't believe me.
Okay.
But I think if anyone would know if there are aliens among us, it would be me. We have 9,000 satellites up there, and not once have we had to maneuver around an alien spaceship. So, like... No. Bottom line is, I think...
Yes,
we need to assume that life and consciousness is extremely rare, and it might only be us. And if that... that's the case, then we need to do everything possible to ensure that the light of consciousness is not extinguished, because we're effectively, the way I view it is, the image in my mind is of a tiny candle in a vast darkness, a tiny candle of consciousness that could easily go out. And that's why it's important to make life multiplanetary, such that if there is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster on Earth, that consciousness continues. That's the purpose of SpaceX. Tesla is obviously about sustainable technology, and also at this point we've sort of added to our mission sustainable abundance. So with robotics and AI, this is really the path to abundance for all. If you say, people often talk about solving global poverty, or essentially how do we give everyone a very high standard of living. I think the only way to do this is AI and robotics, which doesn't mean that it is without its issues. I mean, we need to be very careful with AI. We need to be very careful with robotics. We don't want to find ourselves in a James Cameron movie, Terminator. He's got great movies, all those movies, but we don't want to be in Terminator, obviously. But if you have ubiquitous AI that is essentially free or close to it, and ubiquitous robotics, then you will have an explosion in the global economy, an expansion in the global economy that is truly beyond all precedent.
Can that expansion be broad?
Yes.
Or is it narrow? And how can that be created? How can it broaden the global economy?
Yeah, I mean, the way to think of it is that if you have a large number of humanoid robots, the economic output is the average productivity per robot times the number of robots.
Right.
And actually, my prediction is in the benign scenario of the future that the robots will actually make so many robots in AI that they will actually saturate all human needs. Meaning you won't be able to even think of something to ask the robot for at a certain point. Like there will be such an abundance of goods and services, because my prediction is that there'll be more robots than people. So,
but how do you then have human purpose in that scenario?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's perfect, But it is a necessary. You can't have both. You can't have work that has to be done and amazing abundance for all. Because if it's work that has to be done, then you and only some people can do it, then you can't have abundance.
Then it's narrow.
It's narrow, yeah. Exactly. So, but if you have billions of humanoid robots, and I think there will be. I think everyone on Earth is going to have one and going to want one, because who wouldn't want a robot?
तो ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट्स की बात की जाए तो यूएस में तो आ चुके हैं, टेस्ला के भी है, नई बहुत सारी कंपनियां हैं जो कि इंस्टाग्राम पे भी दिखती है ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट्स, जो कि 2-3 लाख के मिलते हैं आई गेस, $4,000 से स्टार्ट होता है, इवन चीपर देन आई गेस सम हाई एंड मैकबुक्स.
To assuming it's very safe, watch over your kids, take care of your pet. If you have elderly parents, a lot of friends of mine said they have elderly parents. It's very difficult to take care of them.
Expensive.
जैसे कि घर में दोनों पेरेंट्स जो है वर्किंग है और ओल्ड एज पेरेंट्स है वो घर में रह रहे हैं, तो आप वो ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट्स यूज़ कर सकते हो एज अ मेड, एज अ केयर टेकर, क्योंकि कैमरा पीओवी तो होगा ही वो अगर ह्यूमनॉइड रोबोट है तो उसमें आपको पता लगता रहेगा, एंड इट एक्चुअली एक्ट्स लाइक अ मेड लेकिन थोड़ा सा स्लो रहेगा वो, क्योंकि उसके मूवमेंट्स जो है रिफाइंड मूवमेंट्स होगी रोबोट्स।
Yeah, it's expensive and
क्योंकि मैं भी रोबोटिक्स इंजीनियर हूँ, तो काफ़ी मैंने एनालाइज भी कर रखा है।
it's expensive, and there just aren't enough people to take care of there aren't enough young people to take care of the old people. So if you had a robot that could take care of and protect an elderly parent, I think that would be great. That would be an amazing thing to have. I think we will have those things. So, I mean, overall, I'm very optimistic about the future. I think we're headed for a future of amazing abundance, which is very cool. And definitely, we are in the most interesting time in history. I think there's a more interesting time in history.
Can you and I reverse aging in this new history, or are we going to see it?
I haven't put much time into the aging stuff. I do think it's a very solvable problem. Like you can, I think when we figure out what causes aging, I think we'll find it's incredibly obvious. It's not a subtle thing. The reason
ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ गाइस, इलॉन मस्क कह रहे हैं कि एजिंग, रिवर्स एजिंग could be on a brink of a breakthrough.
it's not a subtle thing. With some pretty much age at the same rate. I've never seen someone with an old left arm and a young right arm ever in my life. So why is that? That means that there must be a clock, a synchronizing clock, that is synchronizing across 35 trillion cells in your body. There is some benefit to death, by the way. It's like, there's a reason why we don't actually have a longer lifespan, because if you
He is a fan of that.
if people do live forever for a very long time,
Who isn't?
I think there's some risk of an ossification of society, of things just getting kind of locked in place, and it just may become stultifying, just not lack vibrancy. But that said, do I think we'll figure out ways to extend life and maybe even reverse aging? I think that's highly likely.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So, in the future that you talk about, the AI models, autonomous machines, rockets, depends on massive increases in compute, massive increases in energy, expensive energy as a model. So, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So, in the future that you massive increases in compute, massive increases in energy, expensive energy, manufacturing scale, what are the bottlenecks to get there? And then once again, with all that expenditures, again, how can we make sure that it's brought and not... narrow?
I just think the natural thing is it's going to be very broad because AI companies will seek as many customers as they possibly can, and the cost of AI is already very low, and it's plummeting every year. I mean, the cost of AI is almost meaningfully changing on a month-to-month basis.
There's open models now everywhere. Yeah.
Yes, there's open models, and the open models only lag. They're maybe a year behind the sort of closed models. So I think the AI companies will seek as many customers as possible, which means they'll provide AI to the world.
But the cost of getting to there, the compute, the chips, the fab, the powering, that to me, what are the those are huge.
The limiting factor. Yeah, I think the limiting factor for AI deployment is fundamentally electrical power.
It's right. It's energy.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing the rate of AI chip production increase exponentially, but the rate of electricity being brought online is
3%, 4% a year, max.
Yeah. It's clear that we're very soon, maybe even later this year, we'll be producing more chips than we can turn on. Except for China. China's growth in electricity is tremendous.
They're building 100 gigawatts of nuclear as we speak.
Actually, solar is the biggest thing in China. So I believe China's production capacity on solar is 1,500 gigawatts a year, and they're deploying over 1,000 gigawatts a year of solar. Now, for continuous solar load, you divide that by roughly, 4 or 5. Call it that's around 250 gigawatts of steady state power paired with batteries. And that's a very big number. That's half of the average power usage in the U.S.
Right.
So U.S. power usage on average is 500 gigawatts. Right. China, just in solar, in solar like that can provide steady state power and batteries, can do half of the U.S. electricity output per year just with solar. Solar is by far the biggest source of energy. And actually, when you look beyond, or even on Earth, but certainly beyond Earth, the sun rounds up to 100% of all energy. This is an important thing to consider. So the sun is 99.8% of the mass of the solar system. Jupiter is about 0.1%, and everything else is miscellaneous. Now, even if you were to burn Jupiter in a thermonuclear reactor, the amount of energy produced by the sun would still round up to 100%, because Jupiter is only 0.1%. If you teleported 3 more Jupiters into our solar system, and burnt 3 more Jupiters and everything else in the solar system, the sun's energy would still round up to 100%. Mm-hmm. So it's really all about the sun. And that's why one of the things we'll be doing with SpaceX within a few years is launching solar-powered AI satellites. Right. Because the space is really the source of immense power, and then you don't need to take up any room on Earth. There's so much room in space, and you can scale to enormous. You can scale to, I think, ultimately hundreds of terawatts a year.
You and I have had these conversations before, but why don't you tell the audience what would it take for the United States, and what type of geography would it take to have that solar field to electrify the United States? And then let me ask a question: why aren't we doing it?
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess a rough way to think about it is 100 miles by 100 miles, or call it 160 kilometers by 160 kilometers of solar is enough to power the entire United States. So, 100 mile by 100 mile area is I mean, you could take basically a small corner of Utah, Nevada, New Mexico. Obviously, you wouldn't want it all in one place, but it is a very small percentage of the area of the U.S. to generate all of the electricity that the U.S. uses. And the same is true, actually, I mean, for Europe. You could take a small part, you could take relatively unpopulated areas of, say, Spain and Sicily, and generate all of the electricity power that Europe needs.
So why don't you think that there's a movement towards that here and in the United States?
Well, there is.
As it is in China.
Well, unfortunately, in the U.S., the tariff barriers for solar are extremely high, and that makes the economics of deploying solar so artificially high, because China makes almost all the solar.
What would it take for Europe or the U.S. to build it commercially, if it's that scale?
Yeah, I think. Well, I can tell you what we're going to do. You know, SpaceX and Tesla is we're building up large-scale solar.
Right.
So the SpaceX and Tesla teams both separately are working to build to 100 gigawatts a year of solar power in the U.S. of manufactured solar power. That'll probably take us, I don't know, about 3 years or something. But these are pretty big numbers. You know, I'd encourage others to do the same. We obviously don't control the U.S. tariff policy, but for other countries, I would recommend that China makes solar cells that are incredibly low cost, and I think it would be worth doing large-scale solar.
So, I know you're going to be having a couple of big announcements on robotics and what it can do. I mean, when I went to the factory, you showed me those robots.
Yeah.
How quickly, you talked about the billions of robots, but how quickly can they be deployed in a manufacturing setting? How quickly can they be utilized and be functional and create that abundance that you talked about?
Well, humanoid robotics will advance very quickly. I think we do have some of the Tesla Optimus robots doing simple tasks in the factory. Except probably later this year. By the end of this year, I think they'll be doing more complex tasks, but still deployed in an industrial environment. And probably sometime next year, I'd say that by the end of next year, I think would be selling humanoid robots to the public. That's when we are confident that it's very high reliability, very high safety, and the range of functionality is also very high. You can basically ask it to do anything you'd like.
You're already seeing that in Tesla cars. The software changes that you're doing. And what is it, every quarter now a software change that upgrades the ability of the robot within the car?
Yes, the Tesla Full Self-Driving software, we update it sometimes once a week. Recently some of the insurance companies have said that it is actually so safe, when Tesla Full Self-Driving is so safe that they're offering customers half-price insurance if they use Tesla Full Self-Driving in their car.
And that can be monitored by the insurance company? Is that part of the agreement then?
Yeah. I think self-driving cars is essentially a solved problem at this point.
Right.
And Tesla's rolled out sort of robo-taxi service in a few cities, and will be very, very widespread by the end of this year within the U.S. And then we hope to get supervised full self-driving approval in Europe, hopefully next month.
Really, that quickly?
Yeah, and then maybe a similar timing for China, hopefully.
I want to move to space because historically space is very capital intensive. It's historically been done by governments. Obviously, SpaceX changed the whole model. But we've seen it slow to scale, and now I'm starting to see it ramping up in what you're doing and other things. Talk to us about the reason, the automation and AI, how it's changing the economics in building and preparing for us in operating in space.
Sure. Well, the key breakthrough the major breakthrough that SpaceX is hoping to achieve this year is full reusability. So no one has ever achieved full reusability of a rocket, which is very important for the cost of access to space. We've achieved partial reusability with Falcon 9 by landing the boost stage. We've now landed the boost stage over 500 times. But we have to throw away the upper stage. The upper stage sort of burns up on re-entry for Falcon 9. So, and the cost of that is equivalent to a small to medium-sized jet. So, with Starship, which is a giant rocket, it's the largest flying machine ever made.
That's a rocket that you're using for the idea of going to Mars, right?
Yeah, Mars and the Moon, as well as for high-volume satellite stuff. So, Starship, hopefully this year we should prove full reusability for Starship, which will be a profound invention because the cost of access to space will drop by a factor of 100 when you achieve full reusability. It's the same sort of economic difference that you would expect between, say, a reusable aircraft and a non-reusable aircraft. Like if you have to throw your aircraft away after every flight, that would be a very expensive flight. But if you only have to refuel, then it's the cost of the fuel. And so that's really the fundamental breakthrough that gets the cost of access to space, we think, below the cost of freight on aircraft. So, under $100 a pound type of thing easily. So it makes putting large satellites into space very cheap. And then when you have solar in space, you get 5 times more effectiveness, maybe even more than that, than solar on the ground, because it's always sunny.
Cold.
It's always sunny, so you don't have a day-night cycle or seasonality or weather, and you get about 30% more power in space because you don't have atmospheric attenuation of the power. The net effect is solar is 5 times more. Any given solar panel will do 5 times more energy in space than on the ground.
Is there any capacity in doing that and taking that power and bringing it back to Earth? Is there any way of doing that, or you're just taking that power and utilizing it for the needs, like building AI data centers in space?
I think the case is it's a no-brainer for building solar-powered AI data centers in space, because as you mentioned, it's also very cold in space. If you're in the shadow, it's very cold in space, just 3 degrees Kelvin. So you have solar panels facing the sun, and then a radiator that's pointed away from the sun, so it has no sun incidence, and then it's just cooling. It's a very efficient cooling system. So net effect is that the lowest cost place to put AI will be space, and that'll be true within 2 years, maybe 3 at the latest.
Wow. So looking 10 or 20 years out, how would you describe success with AI or space technology, and where do you see it? Are you more certain what's going to happen in the next 3 years, or 5 or 10?
I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but the rate at which AI is progressing, I think we might have AI that is smarter than any human by the end of this year, and I'd say no later than next year. And then probably by 2030 or 2031, call it 5 years from now, AI will be smarter than all of humanity collectively.
We only have a number of minutes left, but I want to humanize you for a second. So there's no speculation that you're right. I want to. I would frame this question by you're the most successful entrepreneur, industrialist in the 21st century, maybe beyond. I want to really get this. What inspired you? Who's inspired you? What was the foundation of your curiosity? And importantly, was there an aha moment, an epiphany at any time in your life and career?
Well, as a kid, I read a lot of science fiction, sci-fi, fantasy books, and comic books, and I always liked technology. I didn't expect to be where I am today. This seems incredibly implausible. But I was inspired by reading about books about the future, about science fiction, and I guess I want to make science fiction not fiction forever. At some point, turn science fiction to science fact. We want to have like Starfleet and Star Trek really for real, like where we actually have giant spaceships traveling through space, going to other planets, traveling to other star systems.
I'd like to just be beamed back to New York instead of flying.
Yeah.
Talk about Star Trek.
No, I guess my essential, what I would call the philosophy of curiosity. I'd like to understand the meaning of life. Is the standard model of physics correct regarding the beginning of life, beginning of existence, and the end of the universe? What questions do we not know to ask that we should ask? And AI will help us with these things. So I'm just trying to understand, how do we get here? What's going on? What's real? Are there aliens? Maybe there are. And if we've got spaceships that are traveling to other star systems, we may encounter aliens, or we may find many long dead alien civilizations. But I just want to know what's going on. I'm curious about the universe, and that's my philosophy.
Do you see yourself ever going to Mars in your lifetime?
Yeah. I would say I did.
That's a long commitment.
I've been asked.
Isn't that 3 years each way?
It's 6 months.
6 months, that's all it is?
Yeah, 6 months, but the planets only align every 2 years.
Okay.
So, I've been asked a few times, like, do I want to, die on Mars? And I'm like, yes, but just not on impact.
That's a good answer. Anyway, we're out of time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this. There's so many myths around Elon Musk. I could tell you he's a great friend, and I constantly learn so much from him. And I'm totally inspired by what he has done. I've been inspired who he is, and I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future. And I don't think it's such a bad future, and I agree with his optimism. So, Elon, thank you.
I think my last words would be, I would encourage everyone to be optimistic and excited about the future.
Good.
And generally, I think for quality of life, it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong rather than a pessimist and right.
On that note.
तो गाइस आप क्या देख सकते हैं, Let's see. Okay, let's go.
Discussion of the state of the fourth estate today, how it's being changed with AI and how it's being changed with social media. And if we get through those two topics, we will then hopefully take some good audience questions and have some participation. So I think the first and most basic question is just your assessment. In today's world, I mean, we see events that are very difficult to cover, such as what happened in Iran, in which governments are able to even cut off the internet and suppress information and make it almost impossible to get the story out. But luckily, I guess there's Starlink today. So what is your overall impression of the state of the fourth estate in the world that we live in? Just for simplicity, we'll kind of go around, start with Callie.
So I actually wanted to talk about a little bit of the whole structure. I mean, we're talking about the state of the fourth estate, but I think we need to go back to what is the first, second, and third. when the theory came up, the first estate was meant to be the clergy, the guys who set the narrative, who create a framework, who give the moral framework to the society. And I think right now it's not the clergy. I think that it's actually the algorithms mixed up with social media, and that is going to get more pronounced as AI comes in. So that creates a whole different framework of how we're working. The second estate, which is basically nobility and business people, that remains, but there you also have tech companies which are creating AI, so first and second estate are sort of mixing. And then you've got the third estate, which kind of remains the same, which are citizens and common people, but I think that they have become a little bit more transactional, a little bit more impatient, and a little bit more unwilling to deal with inconvenience, which may be required at times to stand up to authority. And then comes us, the fourth estate, which is the informal estate, which is supposed to keep power in check. Now, that problem is sort of getting a little bit more acute with AI and with the mixing of the algorithms and the business. So second and first estate are sort of coming together as kind of leaving the fourth estate in a position where we have to call out all of these, but in a much more acrimonious environment. And you have the third estate, which is sort of not really wanting you to call out problems. They want more confirmation bias, which puts the media a little bit more on the back foot. Because if you're always serving your audience with a confirmation bias, how do you then go around doing the watchdog job that you need to do? And if you don't serve an audience, then you don't have financial independence. You're back to being sort of dependent on government. So it's a very fine balance, and I think the fourth estate is doing a pretty good job of walking that monkey balance between all of these estates.
And just to stick with you for a second, would you say that as both a personality on air yourself and running a media company, that you have freedom to express a wide range of opinions without government restriction in India? Are you satisfied with the state of that?
You know, everyone...
So guys, why this interview makes difference? Because she is, of course, India Today.
Always wants more. And I would obviously like even more freedom to do more things. But I think that we have to work within a cultural context. In the end, media are observers, and we are front row to history being made. We can't just go around giving our own opinions on things. There is space for that, obviously, and we have that, but that's a mix in the bigger plate. So if you are serving a plate of food, every bit has a section and opinion does, but a lot of the time we are observing society. And sometimes maybe that doesn't align with the way you have been educated or what was the norm earlier, especially in times of change, and it's very important for newsrooms to be open to that change. We've been very lucky in the India Today group because we have a bilingual newsroom. So we have an entire Hindi, which is the main local language, and English, and we have newsrooms of both sides. So as there's been a little bit of a change in balance in India, where Hindi as a language and people who were restricted or their talents were restricted because of language came up, and the English-educated, English-speaking journalists and media felt a little bit more disempowered, we had a good balance because we had the Hindi journalistic community sort of take more of a central role. And I've seen that change in my own newsroom. Now, obviously, Oxford-educated, liberal newsrooms found that change quite hard. But I saw a whole community of journalists and media open up that were sort of held back because of the language. So that change is important to be able to kind of view it in a way where you are also being disempowered and being moved from your position of authority and accept it. So that change has happened in India, and I think it's been quite phenomenal.
Okay. Brett, some U.S. perspective?
I mean, I would make 2 points. The first, and maybe this is almost too obvious to mention, the fourth estate is in transition, driven by, first and foremost, technological changes, but also by a changing set of ideas, both within and without media, as to what the media should do, how it ought to perform its tasks, whom it should serve. But the second point, and I should add I'm speaking for myself, not my distinguished employer, is that I think that generally speaking the media is in decline. And it's in decline in the most important metric, which is trust. The Gallup organization for, I think, well over 40, if not 50 years, has taken a poll in trust in institutions. The trust in newspapers, those who express, I think, great trust in newspapers is at 18%, something like that. Trust in television news media, this is some solace to us newspaper people, is 11%. The distrust is that factor is very high. And I think that we in the media sometimes try to console ourselves by saying, well, trust in all institutions is going down, trust in Congress, trust in organized religion. Well, fine, but trust in the media not only should be high because we are in a trust business, but it has to be high because I don't think you can have a well-functioning democracy where there is pervasive mistrust about the organizations that seek to purvey core facts about the way in which we organize our societies and live our lives. And regaining that trust, I think, is going to be the most important task in the technological transition to whatever comes next.
And a former colleague of yours...
That was very, persuasive plus a dystopian kind of answer, a dramatic answer, whatever it is, it's going to be. लेकिन इंडिया टुडे के सीईओ ने भी काफ़ी कोई साधारण आंसर नहीं दिया था, उन्होंने भी काफ़ी कुछ बोला था, लेकिन she had a neutral answer about the distrust factor. Let's see.
Whatever comes next.
And a former colleague of yours, Barry Weiss, has recently taken
आरजू।
हेलो।
हाँ,
क्या कर रहा है?
कुछ नहीं यार, स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ।
अभी?
हाँ,
कितने बजे सोया था कल?
अभी सोऊंगा मैं तो।
क्या यार, रात रात भर जगा रहना, पागल हो गया है क्या?
अरे ऐसे ही मतलब।
taken over CBS News. Do you view that as a move as part of the restoration of trust? Do you see that as the opposite, or you don't want to get anywhere near that? I'll give you an out on that.
No, Barry's a friend, and I wish her, I wish her well in that task. I think she did a phenomenal job with the free press, which absolutely met a need in the market for many people who had lost trust in what we call the mainstream press. CBS is just a very different beast and a very different task. I think there is no question that business as usual for established news institutions like CBS is not possible. And whoever the change agent is, change absolutely has to come. The days of Edward R. Murrow or Walter Cronkite are long past us. One point I should make is that there is a habit, and it's not universal, but there is, I think, a bias within media to say that if there's distrust in media, it is the fault of someone else. It is the fault of demagogic politics that call, the media the enemy of the people. It's the fault of technological changes that have diversified sources of news. We need to adopt a physician heal thyself mantra. We are largely, or at least partly, responsible for the collapse of trust in our own institutions. And at any rate, the only thing we can do is do a much better job of regaining trust, particularly among audiences who we too often dismiss as uninformed or backward or bigoted. They lost trust in us for a reason. We have to figure out what that reason is, and we have to do whatever we can within reason to regain trust.
So, Marina, you're in the business of trying to shore up trust, right, by getting the media to report, I think, what your organization sees as the facts. What is your general view of the state of play and the mission that you're on?
Yeah, for sure. And I should say, I think the only one in this panel that doesn't come from within the media sector, right? So I lead a research collaboration. It's an academic scientific collaboration that brings together about 300 researchers from around the world. And our focus is on the intersections between climate change and health, two issues that are highly polarizing, where we see a lot of mis and disinformation going around as well, and where we're seeing perhaps polarization to an extent that we have never seen before, particularly when we talk about health. And mistrust, even on health professionals, has grown enormously over the past years. Mistrust in science has grown enormously as well. And I was listening to you talk about that kind of how we saw mistrust. And I think there's commonalities between what you're talking about in the role of the media as reporting evidence and the role of researchers as producing that evidence, and how we communicate that evidence as well. So we're in the business of kind of generating robust, trusted, very rigorous data. We're always our own devil's advocates, and we are exposed to an enormous amount of scrutiny. And what we kind of strive to do is to ensure that the reporting on these two key issues is neutral, fact-based, and leaning on evidence and science, not leaning on ideology or on kind of any other underlying bias, which is enormously challenging because we kind of all have those. Social media has been really destructive in this conversation. And what we've seen, we've been doing this for 10 years. So we've seen that kind of shift as social media also changed the narrative and that polarization. We've seen that reflected in the mainstream media as well. And what we see from our end is kind of reporting that we know is factually incorrect, and kind of exposure of mis and disinformation at a very mainstream level that we hadn't seen before. In the climate change world, we had seen some of that in the 90s, but the media had agreed that we needed a more factual-based reporting. We agreed that climate skepticism or mistrust in the science should not be reported as facts. And we're starting to see that being reversed. And I think it's in response to the demand that is being fueled by social media and as a reflection of the narrative that happens in social media and mainstream media trying to kind of cater for those different narratives that are evolving based on mis and disinformation, which AI is making worse. Because you're seeing this self-reinforcing loop of clickbait with the narratives being kind of increasingly diverted because of that self-reinforcing loop of social media. We're at a very critical moment. Again, from the climate change point, we're at a catastrophic situation where we haven't done nearly enough. We're probably going to exceed 1.5 degrees of heating. That was kind of the goal of the Paris Agreement. Heating is committed already, so we haven't seen the worst of the emissions that are already in the air. So the planet will keep on changing. Even if we stopped emissions today, we would still see heating, and we continue emitting at record levels. So we're in a really dangerous situation, and the risk of not informing the science rigorously is that that polarization is putting us in a situation in which action is practically impossible.
And you were saying before that you had a recent debate with someone. I don't know what his or her actual position was, but you said was a climate denier. So do you consider that having that debate was a good thing and a step forward, that an open debate is held, or a bad thing that, well, they're giving stages, that the stage to climate deniers and that's a bad thing? How did you view that, as good or bad?
Yeah, well, it depends, right? I think understanding points of view and understanding where people come from is always useful, and I think we do need to be very transparent about differences of opinion and how we source our information, and that is crucial. What I think is really dangerous is when we come to a situation in which we're putting at the same level of credibility and rigor scientific evidence that comes from very rigorous scientific studies from the best available academic studies, and 99% of researchers will agree that climate change is a catastrophically dangerous threat, to the same level as a climate skeptic, which is fueled by political interests, which is fueled whose only kind of grounding, only authority comes from fueling disinformation without any knowledge of the subject matter. And I think there is where we have to make a distinction, because discussing opinions is all very nice and good, but discussing facts, that needs to be very science-grounded. We need to be very careful about what we put forward as being a scientific fact or as being evidence versus what's kind of opinion and kind of...
Can I ask you a question? Let's imagine you have someone who believes climate change is real, happening, profoundly problematic in many places, but does not think it is the principal catastrophic scenario that we deal with, that the world deals with many problems simultaneously, and that we are going to find trade-offs in whatever it is that public policy arrives at to make sure that, for instance, we address climate change, but not at a prohibitive price in terms of energy prices or energy transition. And if you say that climate change is real, but it is not catastrophic in the terms that you describe, does that make you a denier?
I don't think it does, no. I think what makes you a denier is citing evidence that is not based on studies, that is not being validated. Citing facts that are invented or made up, and that's what kind of I talk when I say kind of climate.
The reason I ask that question is that I think one of the ways in which mainstream media, reputable media, has lost
I think that's a standoff versus media person versus activist.
Trust, which has done great damage to us, is that we have tended too often to confuse capital T truth, which is almost a religious form of truth, with the lowercase truth, which is truth that is constructed like a cathedral brick by brick from facts, with a sense of humility that those facts can change as new information arrives. One of the things that I find very disturbing in much of the reporting that I see is a tendency to confuse the word expert or expertise with capital T truth. Because the public has time and again encountered and experienced experts who have proclaimed a certain thing as an absolute scientific fact or an inviolable truth, and it has turned out not to be so. And the most obvious example of this comes from the debates over, say, the origins of the COVID virus or the ways in which to best contend with the pandemic, where many people around the world felt that they had not only been sold a bill of goods by people in positions of authority, but that it had profoundly damaged their lives, and especially the lives of their children, when you think of the effects of school closures in the United States. And I just think that we in the media have to be very careful about making sure that we're going after the lowercase t truth, and that our reliance on experts and expertise is not so absolute that we think of them as the sole sources of authority. One of the things that I find really troubling is when I read news accounts with lines that are clearly assertions of a reporter's opinion, followed by, comma, experts say, period, because one can always select one's particular experts to make the point that you're driving at.
Well, Brett, I mean, you know that many of these stories are written with holes that are then filled in with the expert opinion, although I think the food pyramid is an even better example of how consumers were told to have carbohydrates, and all the experts agreed on that, and then everybody got fatter, and now I'm not exactly sure what the food pyramid upside down means, but I gather now you're supposed to
probably another mistake.
It depends which media you're reading.
I don't know what the food pyramid is in India. So I enjoyed that because you're right. The whole debate is, and I think President Trump makes this. You know, he basically runs against the experts, right? He is basically always saying the experts, that the expert class is wrong, and I think Brett's saying the truth is they have a spotty record. When it comes to, look, you cannot escape coming to Davos this year, which, by the way, I will say is much warmer this year than it was last year. I don't know if that's a trend, but I will say for sure we have to talk AI. That is the trend here. How much do you use it in your daily life as part of what you're doing as a journalist? Is that your kind of go-to source now, right? And so what's fed to you by AI is in fact having an influence today. And you know, what do you think is going to happen? You know, a little bit about AI.
Can I just jump in with one thing that he said about trust and then
go ahead.
AI? I really like what you said about trust, and you are absolutely right. That is one of the biggest problems, and media companies that are leaders in their countries have to really work on rebuilding that trust, rather than, like you said, put the blame on someone else, right? So one of the things that we are working on, and I think that it's nascent and it has had a good impact, is go back to creating constructive, candid conversations. We've actually set up a whole unit just to do that, triple C's, where you get people from different communities who don't agree with each other to talk to each other and take out the experts, the journalists, the politicians out of that conversation, and then let them sort things out themselves and, you know, come to at least see each other's point of view, not maybe resolve something, but see each other's point of view as a way to build a little bit more trust. And the second thing that I think we worked on, which maybe media lost in one of the things you said, that people felt that we were not representing them, right? And we thought, oh, they are not educated, they don't understand, is to actually go back and do stories that will impact people's lives and actually change things. In India, jobs is a big issue, and so are exam results and examinations being done properly. So we've gone back to a lot of stories that just kind of work on that highlighted and then actually makes a difference in people's lives, because either the exam results get published or the jobs get opened up, and that, I think, is building trust back between people and us. Just because you said that, and I thought it was a really good point.
That won't get you out of the AI answer.
No. AI, I'm very gung-ho on AI, right? We've been using AI in our media business for the last 2.5 years. We do not use it for creating stories. We call it the AI sandwich, whereas there's human interference, or it starts with a human, may use a bit of AI in the work process, and it then ends with a human. So we have a news magazine. We've created almost 200 covers using AI, right, to tell that story better.
In the middle, what's its purpose?
So let's say we start off with an idea, like, okay, this is what we want to create for our cover. Then the design team may use bits of AI to get that cover or that photograph just the way they want it. And then again, the human editor will look at it and say, I want it a little bit like this or a little bit like that, and then use the AI to fix that and then put that together. Or use AI to tell stories that we do not have visuals for. War, for example, the war that happened between India and Pakistan, it was all in the air, right? No one saw anything. So we were able, with AI and the information we had, create an 8-minute film to actually show our readers, viewers, what that war would have been like in air. We're also using AI down on the ground when reporters are pushed to do many stories. They put in the first draft of something, then an AI may make a story for them, then they will look at it again. So again, the AI sandwich, they'll look at it, yeah, that's good, and send it to us. So we're using AI in many different ways to improve our business. I don't think that AI is going to replace storytelling, but it's an excellent assistant and an intelligent assistant that you can sort of talk to.
And is it adding to your bottom line?
Right now, I find that AI is not helping us be more efficient. It's adding more people at the moment, because you can do so much more with AI, then you need that extra supervision. So you need more supervisors. But I think over time, as it gets a little bit more stable, we're more comfortable with it, it will lead to more efficiencies.
All right, over to Brett on this one.
You know, AI is very far from my concerns as a journalist.
Brett is basically a rebel in a room. Fucking look at him.
Brett on this one.
You know,
don't fuck this one this time. Don't fucking cause the mainstream.
All right, over to Brett on this one.
You know, AI is very far from my concerns as a journalist, in part because I like to think I belong to that part, that sliver of journalism where AI is antithetical to what I do. I write a column. You want to know what Bret Stephens thinks or Tom Friedman thinks. You don't want to know what an AI-assisted Tom Friedman or Bret Stephens thinks. And I honestly have to say, I view AI, at least in our business, with a great deal more suspicion. And I would be, if I were a publisher of a publication, I would be a very reluctant and cautious adopter, because we are, after all, because we are in the trust business, the ability of AI to blur the boundary between reality and the human experience with a version of reality, which is a digitized and artificial experience, is that boundary is so amorphous already in so many walks of life. And I think that part of what the public is looking for is an anchor in something that is true, that is a purely human experience. I mean, I want readers to know that when I think of my sentences, they're coming out of my head, and they aren't assisted by an AI which is giving me a clever lead or a clever line. A professor of mine once made the point, he said, we don't go to the Olympics to see cheetahs racing. Of course, cheetahs can run much faster than human beings, but what we really want to see is Usain Bolt, because Usain Bolt, or whoever it is, represents a form of human excellence. And I think that's what we're trying to do also at our best in the news business, a form of human excellence in our endeavor to try to ascertain at least some small corner of the world as it is.
So, but would you sorry, can I come in? One of the things I was going to suggest was, what if you could write out a column that you've written, and then you could say to the AI, can you now be Thomas Friedman, read this article and tell me what you think? Not as a way to kind of... No, I'm just saying.
This is wrong.
No, but it may get you to rethink some of the things and say, oh yeah, okay, maybe I would want to do that. It still doesn't take away anything from your brain power or your genius or your sort of originality, but it may give you another point of view or another input, which otherwise you could not have had.
Well,
so that's why the AI is sandwich.
Before I answer that, I'm going to gang up on him a little bit with a similar analogy, because today I could take every column you've ever written, I could load it into an AI, and I could ask AI to write tomorrow's column, and then I could compare to what you write, right? And that could be done. I could do it, right? And I don't know what your reaction will be to that.
I don't think readers would come to a column that they know had been digitally generated. They wanted to know that a human being sat there for a few hours, pulled out his hair, then read the column to his wife, which is what I did, not to Tom, to my wife, who said, you should think about this paragraph, which I did, and add a couple sentences here and there, and this is a clunky sentence, and then I think that was a purely human interaction. I don't want to be so severe, and I understand that there are really legitimate uses within the newsroom, especially for kind of the nuts and bolts news gathering that used to be done, at the Wall Street Journal, ascertaining stock prices, that kind of thing. But for higher order stories, I really do think that part of establishing trust has to come from the sense that a human being is what has generated a particular article or essay in the news that you're reading. After that, things become quite blurred. I think we're sort of entering a brave new world where it's very difficult for readers to establish not just trust, but trust with accountability, and accountability always has to be at the human level.
Sorry, I'm going to add one little thing.
Yes.
You use the analogy of the Olympics. There is a new sort of Olympics which has just come up in the world where you can use drugs. It's part of it. It's called augmented human competition or championship. And so you drug yourself in the best way possible, and then you go and run the 100 meters. And the whole idea is, as an augmented human being, how fast can we be? So, I mean, people are wanting all kind of different things. It's a huge, it's not the Olympics, but it's a championship of a very big scale.
Well, I do have, in one of my microtrends books, I have a chapter on that it's the biggest undone industry, because as you point out, cheetahs run faster, dogs smell better. The truth of the matter is that humans' five senses is not even remotely as good as most of the animal kingdom. And so one day there will be a big business, I think, in what you say, and AI went up,
Yeah, just an example. I'm friends with Gary Kasparov, and 25 years ago he was defeated by Deep Blue, seen as a major inflection point. Now Gary will be the first person to cheerily tell you that the chess player on his iPhone can beat him every time. But no one wants to go see an iPhone play chess. They want to see Gary play chess.
Exactly. How is AI treating your issues?
So, if I may, before I go there, I wanted to add something to a comment that you made before, if you allow me. With respect to how media often confuses experts with expertise. And I absolutely agree with you. We cannot glorify experts, and that is part of the problem. And I think there's a responsibility for media to communicate science properly. And that entails also communicating uncertainty properly and getting people used to knowing that science is not static, that our knowledge evolves, and that we are leaning always on the best available science, which does not mean it's an absolute truth. And I think the kind of instructing people and building that awareness is crucial to stop the mistrust on science. Because as things changed in COVID, we were all operating in uncertainty. That's the perfect example. And people really glorified experts. And you should know that experts have an area of expertise, but they might be wrong about a whole lot of things. So knowing how to kind of communicate that properly is hugely important. And I'm going to give you another example of that in terms of how I think the media also have to be very careful on how they report science. Perhaps on the other side that you'll be perhaps happier to hear of, that is how the Telegraph recently called out the BBC for reporting on climate change that exaggerated the threats of climate change. And it was accidental. And you could tell that the reporter was just talking in ways that were not very scientifically rigorous, talking in kind of common terms. And in that way, they exacerbated some threats that were not so. And there were kind of some examples. You can probably find tons of examples on the other end as well. But it's that type of thing that sows mistrust and where I come from when I say we have to be very careful about scientific-based reporting on these issues.
Let me just throw into the pile with AI. You may find Grok is a little bit more to the right on climate change.
What did you say?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know that that's happened. I don't know whether that's happened today, but it could happen.
Yeah.
Where the LLMs start to take on the same roles of MSNBC and Fox News. They could evolve.
And it's so easy to change just ever so slightly the bias of these AI tools and to completely change the narrative and the public understanding of issues that could be life or death, as health. Or as
Wikipedia today.
So exactly. But to your point, we don't use AI. I sometimes use it to find better phrases because I'm not a native speaker. So in English it helps a lot, and I find it very entertaining how AI can help in that sense. But we don't use AI in the form that you are, I think, referring to. What we do use AI for is to develop new analytical models. And I give you an example of how our researchers have used AI. We do a lot of assessment of how media reports on some issues, and we analyze text from big media repositories, and we see how the conversation in the media evolves, how mis and disinformation is sometimes portrayed in the media, and particularly our interest is kind of how climate change is portrayed as kind of different types of issues, kind of polar bears in the year 2100, or as a health issue. And AI is really powerful on that because a human being couldn't possibly read through all those documents and assess it in an unbiased manner. With AI algorithms you can, but that doesn't mean kind of the chatbots that you're talking about, kind of Grok or ChatGPT, which try to stay as clear as that as possible.
Add something to what you said about AI bias, that each of these elements.
Yes, we don't know. It's an uncharted territory right now.
But what we do know, that a lot of the data sets that they've been trained on, right, are from the English-speaking world, because that's where most of the data sets is. So culturally, the context of AI is far more Western English-speaking, and that is problematic for countries like India and many other countries that have regional languages in a cultural context, and we are worried about that. And how pervasive AI is and it's coming in. And that's why we've all been working on sovereign AI, but it's too nascent. I don't know where it will go. So that is a problem area for us.
Can I add one thing with AI as well that I found particularly, I think many of us researchers are really worried about, that is how AI can be self-reinforcing and feeding itself evidence that it's self-generated. So I was recently talking with people at the World Meteorological Organization, and one of the risks that we're currently facing is that satellite data stops being made public, particularly from the US. There's a risk that NASA data will not be publicly available anymore. And that generates a data gap, which AI could fill in very easily. Now, what is the evidence? What is the underlying observations that we're feeding into AI to then produce that output data that we base our decisions on?
Exactly.
It's as good as the quality of the input data.
So exactly. So as I tell people, I don't drive my car anymore. My car drives me. Okay? So I'm pretty much 95% I don't drive the car. And in that case, the AI has an objective standard. It does not drive me into a wall. Okay? I know that that's the case. Okay? That's not true in opinion. In opinion, it could drive you into a wall.
It often does.
Right?
Again, in this,
and let me just see, because we have 7 minutes, I wanted to let some audience members throw some questions in. I had intended more, but we kind of got going.
Hi everyone, I'm Delfina. I'm a global shaper from the Buenos Aires Hub, also a data journalist, so very into all these topics. I just want to come back to the trust point. And not only people are not trusting media, they are also intentionally avoiding news. According to the last Reuters report, 40% of people around the world avoid news. I think.
So that's a very good point by this audience that as a Gen Z guys, आप लोग सच बताओ, आप लोगों ने कब लास्ट टाइम न्यूज़ चैनल्स खोल के टीवी पे देखा है 5 मिनट से ज़्यादा? लाइक न्यूज़ जो है वो 2-3 घंटे पहले के ज़माने के जो लोग होते थे, हमारे डैड और वो सब, 1-2 घंटे या तो पूरी रात बस न्यूज़ चलती रहेगी और अलग अलग स्टोरीज भी चलती थी. लेकिन अब जो आप न्यूज़ देखोगे वो बहुत ही एंटी जेन ज़ी होती है.
That's a problem. And many people say that it's because they find that news are boring, they're very hard to understand. And the question that I wanted to ask you is like, how do you think AI can help journalism in a sense of how can we think on different formats, how can we think on how people is now consuming information and how can we adapt to those habits?
Anybody want to tackle?
Can I come in with a little bit of a different point of view? I know that consumers very often say that they consume less news, but actually, let's say even in our case, we started off with a news magazine, right, which was once a week, and then we went into a TV channel which is 24/7, and now that used to be that people used to come in at prime time, right? Prime time was a thing, but since digital came in, people are interacting with us almost 10 times a day because they are on our app, notifications are going out, etc. So people say they don't consume news, they're like, oh, news is toxic, we don't come into TV, prime time, etc., etc. But they're consuming news and information right through the day, right? And media companies, at least I can speak for my media company, is putting out information in all of those different platforms that people are looking at, not just the traditional ones, which is television, newspaper, or even radio, but Instagram, Twitter, social media. And so, in a way, we've expanded the definition of news and information. So I feel people are interacting even more with news. But yes, trust is definitely a problem. But I think that problem, like you said, trust is a problem across. We're just not trusting each other, on anything. And that's problematic. And I don't know whether that's part of social media coming in and giving everyone a voice. So is that just a transition period?
I just add that there's probably some mathematical formula you could devise between, I think, an inverse relationship between the quantity of available news and the credibility of it. I mean, since at least the advent of CNN 46 years ago or so, and the present, the amount of available news is just staggering. It used to be the case that a normal human being would say read Time magazine once a week, or the Sunday Times once a week. They would perhaps watch 30 minutes of the evening news several times a week, and that was sufficient. Now it absolutely bombards us, and I think there's a kind of an arrogance on our part, and some of us in the news media, that we expect everyone to be fully informed all the time. That's not actually how other people live their lives, and maybe we would be better served if we could reduce the quantity of news and therefore enhance its credibility. Let me just take what happened at the forum today, or this week. The president gives a speech, people are falling out of their chairs. It seems he's absolutely serious. He's going to take Greenland. I write a column to this effect. By the night or by the next morning, there's apparently a framework agreement, and who knows what in fact is going to happen. And this is just kind of a head-spinning pace, a head-turning pace of news. Who in their right mind can keep up with it? So those of us who are news junkies should not expect that the public should maintain similar forms of addiction as we do. Maybe it would be better if there were just a lot less.
Well, let me just actually throw in, because I do a lot of studies on this. Well, 2 points to make, and I want to get one more audience question if I can. Number one, what people say about whether they trust things is not necessarily true about whether they in fact trust them. And second, 25% of the people are news junkies who check news 5 times a day or more right today.
So guys, आप लोग कमेंट में बताओ आप लोग न्यूज़ जंकी हो या नहीं, लेकिन साथ में शेयर और सब्सक्राइब जरूर.
So I don't know that. I think the news audience or the audience for your column is probably bigger than it ever was, right, compared to the old days. And 10%, by the way, are exclusive news junkies. I have the world as news junkies, sports junkies, entertainment junkies, and if you're none of those, you're a couch potato.
And then they're junk.
There are junk. I'll get one more question in, sir. And to keep it brief,
public broadcasting, do you think they're susceptible to the same problems you're talking about, or do they have any advantages?
Public broadcasting.
You mean state public broadcasting?
Well, yeah, like let's take the premier one, BBC. I mean, it's under attack from all sorts of directions, and yet, in many ways, I think it upholds some very important standards you're talking about in news media, and I'm just wondering whether you people think it's also susceptible to the same advantages.
Well, the thing is that other people in other countries have all...
Broadcasting.
United States. And I just think that we in the media have to be very careful about making sure that we're going after the...
Also set up public broadcasting, and that's where the problem starts happening, right? Because there is CTV, supported by the Chinese government, and then there's RTV, and there's Al Jazeera, and, yeah. So the public broadcasting definition is sort of...
Shedding tears over NPR?
No, not particularly, but that's because...
Shedding tears over NPR?
Broadcasting definition is sort of...
Brett, are you shedding tears over NPR?
No, not particularly, but that's because I think there are lots of credible alternatives like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal in the private market, and I think, you know, no, not particularly, but that's...
Are you shedding tears over... Brett, are you shedding tears over NPR? Brett, are you shedding tears over NPR?
No, not particularly.
Brett, are you shedding...
So set up public broadcasting, and that's where the problem starts happening, right? Because there's CTV, supported by the Chinese government.
Are you shedding tears over NPR?
No, not
tears over NPR. Are you shedding?
No, not particularly, but that's because I think there are lots of credible alternatives like the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal in the private market, and I think, you know, every arrangement in terms of the way in which you fund, organize, disseminate news is potentially problematic. I'm not a great fan of the BBC, but I'm a great fan of Deutsche Welle, the German state broadcasters. I think they do a fantastic job. So it's very case specific.
So let me say, this is a topic we are really just scratching the surface on. What I got out of the panel was the number one concern is, what is the fourth estate going to do about its diminished level of trust? AI is going to help enable journalism or, in fact, be a destructive force. And we didn't even get to social media. So perhaps next year we will come back and see where the state of the fourth estate is. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Is going to help enable journalism or, in fact, be a destructive force. And we didn't even get to social media. So perhaps next year we will come back and see where the state of the...
हाँ गाइस, काफ़ी प्रोडक्टिव वीडियो था ये न्यूज़ जंकीज़ के लिए. लाइक ब्रैड डिड मोस्ट ऑफ द वर्क. गाइस और तो आप कमेंट कर सकते हो मैं क्या किस पे रिएक्शन दे सकता हूँ, तो प्लीज़ कमेंट.
to serve in this new role that I have. He was one of the first leaders I called and invited to return. I first met the president about 25 years ago, but I worked most closely with him during the early months of COVID. This was March 2020. Markets were under extreme stress. Some economists were warning we could be headed towards a second Great Depression. What stood out to me during the extraordinary period was the president's willingness to bring together people from governments, business, across institutions, across perspective, to think differently, and importantly, to act decisively. That instinct to act, especially in pivotal moments, is one reason I think he values the World Economic Forum. It is a unique institution that brings together the largest combination of government officials, business leaders, technology leaders, civil society and NGO leaders, anywhere in the world for a genuine dialogue, and particularly importantly this year. Thankfully, this group is meeting under better economic circumstances than during the pandemic, but once again, we're forcing very serious different economic conditions around the world. One of the central challenges that is impacting me is how capitalism can benefit more, and how can we broaden our global economy for greater and greater participation. That is a question where the president has shown real leadership through investing in infrastructure, reducing barriers to growth.
And I'll introduce and welcome back to Davos the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you very much, Larry. It's great to be back in beautiful Davos, Switzerland, and to address so many respected business leaders, so many friends, few enemies, and all of the distinguished guests. It's a who's who, I will say that. I've come to this year's World Economic Forum with truly phenomenal news from America. Yesterday marked the one-year anniversary of my inauguration, and today, after 12 months back in the White House, our economy is booming, growth is exploding, productivity is surging, investment is soaring, incomes are rising, inflation has been defeated, our previously open and dangerous border is closed and virtually impenetrable, and the United States is in the midst of the fastest and most dramatic economic turnaround in our country's history. Under the Biden administration, America was plagued by the nightmare of stagflation, meaning low growth, and high inflation, a recipe for misery, failure, and decline. But now, after just 1 year of my policies, we are witnessing the exact opposite. Virtually no inflation and extraordinarily high economic growth. Growth like I believe you'll see very shortly our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before. Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others had predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, $1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that we've never, I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than a year. Maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we've achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good. But it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration. and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it. Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government. So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion and slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month they went up.
let's continue, guys. Okay, we're ready to go.
And up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut actually till this point 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with it. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country. It's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program. But you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly trade deficit by a staggering 77%, and all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers. American exports are now up by more than $150 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially in oil and gas. And these agreements raise growth and cause stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because, as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, in some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been we've been given great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger. But they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which when added up is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. I got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you people are brilliant. You have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me. They didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher. The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit, and they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though. I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They kill the birds. They ruin your landscapes. Other than that, I think they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe as a civilization. I want to see it do great. That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West. Because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. These beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security and
It's karma for Europe being like this.
perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up.
नॉर्थ वेस्ट पैसेज, नॉर्दर्न सी रूट, ठीक है, रशिया कंट्रोल्ड, यूएसए कंट्रोल्ड। अब मेन जो आपका रूट का जो ऊपर का आप देख रहे हो, यहाँ से लेके यहाँ तक, वो ही रूट का पूरा जो है खेल है इसमें। तो कोई बात नहीं, आइए कंटिन्यू करते हैं।
There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China. So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory, sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know, everyone talks about the mineral. There's so many places. There's no rare earth. No such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing. But there's so much rare earth. And this, to get to this rare earth, you got to go through. Hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America, and in fact, it's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why America is the Western Hemisphere. It's our territory, Greenland, for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend to strengthen Greenland's 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries, you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. And I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good. It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great, vast wealth, great, vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections. You need strong borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it. Strong borders, strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it, when I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and I only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open, the inflation was raging, everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well. He and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control. But the border was out of control. We fixed it with the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I've worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use it. Hello, Mark. Are you here? Secretary General who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? By the way, the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we got a mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing. I'm so grateful. But they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday, he wasn't so grateful. Also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday, he wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark. Minister yesterday, by the way, they're defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday, he wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements. What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things, all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know. So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And we say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call, your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going, they'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering. staggering how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the blood, sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35s. F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible. Costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess, but we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that costs 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing. Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? Beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of, What the hell happened yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses? When I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened? But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying any more. Get the rest for the United States. So over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up, up, up. And I mean, we would pay 13, 14, 15 times more than certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. Sir, you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No, 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 Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no, no, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it, and you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100% sure you're going to. No, 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 I will not do it. Because he has to, in all fairness to him, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130, they're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to be doubling or tripling? No, no, no. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're going to do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting. And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country, saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way the fake news likes it better because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse. But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations, and I appreciate them doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this to you, I'm so sorry. But you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation. Okay, that's something we're going to have to think about too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses, they buy hundreds of thousands, they buy 500 houses, they can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not going to do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will. One of the biggest barriers to saving for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%, 30%, 31%, 32%. Whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible president, I'm asking Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible. To unleash innovation in savings and financing, I'm also working to ensure America remains the crypto capital of the world. And to that end, last year, I signed the landmark Genius Act into law. Now Congress is working very hard on crypto market structure legislation, Bitcoin, all of them, which I hope to sign very soon, unlocking new pathways for Americans to reach financial freedom. And I did it for two reasons. Number one, I thought it was politically good, and it was. I got tremendous political support. But more importantly, China wanted that market too. It's just like they want the AI. And we've got that market, I think, pretty well locked up. If I didn't do it, Biden was totally against it until before the election when they realized that, there were millions of people voting against him over crypto. And all of a sudden they loved it very much, but it was too late. They blew it. But it is politically popular, but it's much more importantly, we have to make it so that China doesn't get the hold of it. And once they have that hold, we're not going to be able to get it back. So I'm honored to have done it. Finally, I've instructed government-backed institutions to purchase up to $200 billion in mortgage bonds to bring down interest rates. And I'll be announcing a new Fed chairman in the not-too-distant future. I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something. But somebody that's very did give that away. So we have something, got away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something. But somebody that's very respected. They're all thinking, they gave away some of it. He, distant future, I think he'll do a very good job. See, I gave away some of it. He did give that away. So we have something, got something. But somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change. One that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change. Everyone, but somebody that's very respected. So we have something, got something. But somebody that's very respected. They're all respected. They're all great. Everyone that I interviewed is great. Everyone could do, I think, a fantastic job. Problem is they change once they get the job. They do. They're saying everything I want to hear, and then they get the job. They're locked in for 6 years. They get the job, and all of a sudden, let's raise rates a little bit. I call them, sir, we'd rather not talk about this. It's amazing how people change once they have the job, but it's too bad. Sort of disloyalty, but they got to do what they think is right. We have a terrible chairman right now. Jerome, too late Powell. He's always too late. And he's very late with interest rates, except before the election, he was just fine for the other side. So we're going to have somebody that's great, and we hope he does the right job. Last week, the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. Another major factor in driving up housing costs was the mass invasion of our borders. And I have to say one thing about housing, because nobody ever